Good afternoon, everyone. We'll go ahead and call the meeting to order. And just a reminder to unmute your mic for trustees before you speak. That would be appreciated. Nicholas, could you lead a roll call?
Today is February 28th, 2024. The time is 4:38 p.m. and those in attendance are Carla Gurgiolo is absent. Joanne Harris.
Present.
Josie Martinez.
Present.
Andrea Sanchez Muniz is absent. Norma Montalvo is absent. Fernanda Cardenas.
Present.
Paul Stahl. Present. Marcy Ince is absent. Beth Graham.
Here.
Judy Cruz.
Present.
Jaspreet Kaur.
Present.
For chair, we have a quorum.
Thank you. Let us start with a silent meditation. I'll ask everyone to bring their focus to the work that we have ahead of us for tonight. Okay, thank you. First on the agenda, I am looking for approval of the minutes from the board meeting on January 24th. There should be a copy in your packet, and this was also emailed to you.
I'll make a motion to approve.
I second.
Motion from Paul and a second from Beth. Any questions or comments on these notes? Okay, Nicholas, thank you.
Carla Gurgiolo is absent. Joanne Harris.
Yay.
Josie Martinez. Yes, aye. Andrea Sanchez Muniz is absent. Norma Montalvo is absent. Fernanda Cardenas.
Yes.
Paul Stahl. Yes. Marcy Ince is absent. Beth Graham. Yes. Judy Cruz. Yes. Jaspreet Kaur.
Aye.
Motion passes.
Then second, we have approval of the minutes from our February 20th board meeting. Those are also included in your packet and were also emailed to you. So I'll entertain a motion for approval of the minutes. Thank you, Judy.
Second.
By Judy and a second by Paul. Any questions or comments about those minutes? They're fairly short, so. Okay, Nicholas, if you can conduct a roll call vote.
Carla Gurgiolo is absent. Joanne Harris. Josie Martinez. Andrea Sanchez Muniz is absent. Norma Montalvo. Absent. Fernanda Cardenas.
Yes.
Paul Stahl. Marcy Ince is absent. Beth Graham. Aye. Judy Cruz. Yes. Jaspreet Kaur.
Aye.
Motion passes.
Okay, next we'll have public comments, and I have a list of citizens to be heard that have signed up. If you are here in the audience and you choose and you'd like to sign up to speak, but you did not see the sign-in sheet when you walked in, please see Sydney at the back table, and she can assist you in getting signed up if anyone has missed that opportunity. I'm going to be starting in the order that folks have signed up to speak, so I'll call your name. Please forgive me if I make any pronunciation issues. And Each of you will be given 3 minutes. Do we have a timer? Okay, thank you, Nicholas. So Nicholas will display a timer for you, and then after the people who are present in the room share their comments, we also have some public comments that were submitted online, and a member of the staff will be reading those comments aloud. So the first person is JD.
Can you hear me all right? Yeah,
Yes,
obviously
okay,
you
now it's
can.
working. Thank you.
I'm JD Elizondo. I'm a library assistant here at the library, and I'm here to talk about having armed security or police or whatever, because last year, a few months ago, I was attacked. I was doing my program, which is kind of like an open mic, and I was actually just playing guitar in a chair that had wheels on it, above all things. And someone I had never seen before, never he didn't challenge me to fight or anything, just came running at me. I had about 2 seconds. I saw this guy coming at me, and I was trying to figure out what he was doing, looking up because I'm in a chair. And I see his fist, but I go flying because he gave me a roundhouse kick to the jaw. This was unprovoked. And I'm not saying we don't need counseling, we do. But sometimes here there's not an escalation. It just happens. Violence happens very randomly to the employees. And the reason I'm here today is because just yesterday I was telling one patron, as per policy, you're not to sleep. Actually, I just said, you need to keep your head up. Someone in a table behind him, when I was walking away, started saying something. I turned around and I was like, well, who's talking? Because I lost sight. This guy at first said something illegible, but the second part was, or we're going to start punching you all. So that's a threat to staff, so I'm like, I'm going to go get security. But when I came back with security and another librarian to, whatever, do what I could, he said to me, you're not going to punch someone again, are you? So yeah, the irony, someone who got assaulted here is being, threatened. I'm remiss. He got up and he was like yelling at me, so like he's posturing like he wants to fight anyway. So I got out of that situation because I don't need to be accused or whatever. Meantime, the police were here, not as part of their patrol, because they had been called because there was a guy who looked like he might be ODing or something. But they were here, and as the librarian and the security guard were escorting this man out, he was resisting. So police was able to intercede and say, you can leave now and it'll be a lot better for you than if you don't take the suspension. And as a matter of fact, that security guard was lunged at by the same guy. Yeah, I don't have any solutions. I just know it can't be a one-pronged approach. Once again, I know we need the counseling, we need the mental health aspect, but we also need things that, like, if the attack happens, immediately what's going to happen? What's to deter it or what's to prevent more of it? I was kicked with a foot. What if the guy had a knife? What if he had a gun? What are you going to do? Especially if I have to call someone to come and do anything about it. I mean, I can't carry anything myself by policy. I guess I can punch back, but I shouldn't have to, do that just coming to work. And like, these are the things that rise to my level where I think I have to say something. As staff, there are things that happen to us weekly that it's common, but we don't think like, oh, I should report it or whatever, because it pales by comparison. But yeah, I just wanted to give you a face, and I don't want your empathy, I just want you to see me as a representation of what can happen to anyone here, because you're in the place where it happened. And once again, it was unprovoked. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for sharing that. Next is Sean.
Good evening. I'd first like to express my gratitude as a chance to be heard in this matter. I've worked with SAPL for a total of 7 years, 2 as contract and 5 as in-house security with the city. Although my job can be demanding and occasionally frustrating, I enjoy interacting with patrons on a day-to-day basis. Apart from serving in the military, working as SAPL has allowed me to grow career-wise. I appreciate that the library board has approved that the library has started the SAPD pilot program at Central Library. During my tenure employed with SAPL Security, there has always been a need for SAPD presence here in the library. Prior to having the SAPD pilot program implemented while working here as SAPL security guard and now SAPL security supervisor, as a frontline responder, I have been physically assaulted about 7 times, from being pushed, spat on, and being hit with a foreign object. Since the commencement of the SAPD pilot program and their presence here in the Central Library, our emergency response time has significantly reduced. Our security team continues to be the first responders frontline to handle situations that occur in the library. Having SAPD in the building has de-escalated situations. They have reached the previous mentioned assault levels, ensuring the safety of both library employees and patrons. In the last year, we have had multiple occasions that have had warranted police involvement, such as assault, inappropriate touching, drug use, and poor mental health. With SAPD on site, our facility staff, and patrons have had a sense of safe demeanor in the library. Since the start of the pilot program, SAPD has responded quickly to emergencies here at Central. Not only has SAPD responded to dangerous emergencies, but there have also been much more benefits from this program here in the library. SAPD has able to be a great resource in helping patrons respond to incidents where patrons needed medical attention and directly contacting Core Health for the patron in need and mental assistance. We live in a period where anything can happen at any moment. With the mass shooting becoming more common, we need to be more proactive instead of reactive once something happens. Having an SAPD program garners that help. There was just a shooting here at church at Houston, Texas. An off-duty officer attending the church deterred the shooter from having more casualties. All it takes is just 1 second for anything to happen. In-house security here at SAPL has will definitely continue to be the front line and help patrons and staff here. Having SAPD here is just a very good help and good, safe way to be here as well. Thank you.
And just a reminder, if you have signed up as a citizen to be heard and require translation services, please let us know before you start. And we do have Spanish language translators here. The next person is Olivia.
One, two, three. Okay. I want to talk about the fact that the San Antonio Public Library will be hiring armed police officers. I understand that there is an increase in violent incidents in the library, but are armed police officers the best method of stopping violence? Police officers will only make the violence worse and more lethal. Police escalate violence and are terrible at calming people down. According to the data on mappingpoliceviolence.org, police have killed at least 1,352 people in 2023. 362 of those people were not allegedly armed. What started as a nonviolent situation became one where someone was killed. I encourage you to go to mappingpoliceviolence.org and see for yourself. Some of these people were mentally ill and didn't get the help they needed. People with mental illnesses are treated poorly by police and don't get the treatment they deserve. I will speak about Sandra Bland and her death. Sandra Bland was pulled over by an officer because she allegedly failed to signal while changing lanes. The officer escalated by arguing and screaming at Bland and then pointed a stun gun at her, threw her face first onto the ground, arrested her, and kept her in an unmonitored jail for days before she committed suicide. According to ABC7Chicago.com, Bland was struggling with depression and PTSD. The jail violated several policies. The jailers didn't receive mental health training, and they didn't give her a mental health exam, according to the Waller County Sheriff's Office. People with mental illnesses like depression and PTSD should be treated with respect and get the care they need. Lastly, I will speak about the city budget. According to the documents on sanantonio.gov, the total city budget for 2024 is $3.7 billion, and the fund for general services, the general fund, is $1.6 billion. The police budget is $624 million. That's 39% of the general fund and 17% of the city budget. That's more than a sixth of the entire city budget. I believe the library doesn't need to give more funding to the police. The library should be conflict and violence-free. I understand. There are ways to stop violence and de-escalate an incident that don't involve intimidation, use of force, or the threat of death, like an unarmed conflict mediator. The library should be a place where all feel comfortable and accepted.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Eduardo.
Test. Okay, gotcha. Hi, my name is Eduardo Munoz, a community voter at Act 4SA, and I'm absolutely mortified that we are posting armed officers that aren't like local libraries. Libraries are supposed to be safe spaces for all, or resource center for all, and especially those who have been traditionally and inept of getting resources. Libraries are places of knowledge, of community, and of safety, but the safety for all, and not just some, is threatened and destroyed when you bring in armed officers who have a history of violence against marginalized peoples, such as LGBTQ, Black, houseless, and BIPOC communities. It also makes no sense when we already have contracted security guards at our libraries. This is a waste of tax dollars and resources that will cause more harm than good for our community and for the public system in general. And to expand for our houseless neighbors, the library to them is seen as more than just a building. We see the library as access to communication that includes internet connections for family members and loved ones. It's also a place to access information regarding what is going on in the community around them. This is for them to feel more included in the city that they live in, regardless of whether they're housed or not. Also, the library is looked at as an access to these programs. During one of our volunteers' periods of homelessness, his access to the internet was a major part of accessing the programs, which helped him come out of the situation. With more access to programs and information, others can better their situations. The library is seen as a shelter to some who do not experience the situation. However, it is not looked at as a necessity that it is for them. Armed officers in the library will have a negative impact on some who do not wish to have the interaction with them, yet need access to the information and the programs that are inside the library, as well as the communication ability that they will have when it comes to communicating with their family members and their local communities. So here I have like a variety of informative packets that have collected research and data points from across all the United States. It's also been emailed to y'all's like liaison. I'm just gonna like hand this over to y'all, and y'all feel free to like look into the research yourselves and make your decision after this information's been like, directed towards your heads, and hopefully y'all can make a decision the city of San Antonio is proud of and isn't based on impulse and the need to waste resources that we already do not have. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Michael.
My name is Mike Hernandez. I'm here to speak on SAPD in the San Antonio Public Library. I would like to let you guys know that just about 3 years ago, I do suffer from major depressive disorder, generalized anxiety disorder, CPTSD, and ADHD-C. I had no employment. I barely had an apartment. I had no resources. The San Antonio Public Library is the only reason that I was able to get the help and resources that I needed to become a productive member of society again. I went back to school. I just graduated from the Alamo Colleges. I am at Texas A&M now, and I'm a volunteer in this community. None of which would have been possible if I had walked into a library and seen armed police officers in it. As a minority, as someone who grew up in poverty, I can tell you that seeing a uniform that brutalizes my people each and every day, that murders them, that has no accountability even within the government, I don't know how we expect you as a library to hold them accountable. So when I hear about them walking up and down these aisles, it terrifies me. And I understand that the employees here are scared of issues that are being escalated, but I want to know what you would be able to do once these same police officers that are walking around armed begin to hurt the public. Because that is what's going to happen. Whether you admit it or not, whether you can look me in the face directly and tell me that you either agree or disagree, that's what's going to end up happening. And we don't need that. I've seen my mom, who's a nurse, she's 5'3", maybe 150 pounds, de-escalate situations better than any police officer. And the budget, the resources, what you're putting into this community need to go into people like social workers, nurses, community health workers, anything but people with guns that already have a proven track record of violence. Because again, who's going to hold them accountable? I know you're not. I know you can't. Thank you.
Next is Kelly Ann.
Hi, good evening. Thank you to all the board members that are here today. Thank you for the work that you do. I also wanted to speak about the policing at the Central Library, and I had a few questions about it. I know that we've heard from other people that work here at the library that there have been incidences of violence, and I don't want to diminish that. But I think that we also need to remember that sometimes people are having their worst day. And situations that happen like that, I think are like the result of a lot of failures in our society. I really question why the first solution that was found to this problem was immediately to bring in the police, and why weren't other methods used. I know that SAPD has SMART officers that are specifically trained to do mental health outreach and mental health calls. I wonder why one of those persons was not placed here instead of having like armed police. I also wanted to know, or I wanted to note too, that in the summer, the libraries are marketed to people and told to people to be emergency cooling centers. So these are public spaces that are paid for by public tax dollars, and this is why you guys are allowing us to have public comment on this, because really it's our taxes, all of our taxes that fund the libraries and allow them to be open to everybody, and everybody deserves to have access to the library. I know that there are a few homeless outreach services downtown, specifically like Corazon and Christian Assistance Ministries. And I also wonder why a partnership with them was not explored first, possibly even having a homeless outreach specialist stationed here at Central Library, because I know that the homeless situation, the houseless person situation is a really big issue in District 1, which is where we're at right now. So I do wonder, why were those things not tried before we brought an armed police officer into the libraries, and, possibly putting a lot of people in jeopardy of something more serious happening. I would like to see the board push for different methods to be used. Why can't we have that conversation? Why can't we explore different options? We're not saying that there isn't a problem here, because we're very aware that there is a problem, but I really don't think having armed police is going to solve the real issue, which is that these people need services and these people need resources. And these people are also citizens of the city as well. So yeah, that was really what my question wanted to be. And I also wanted to note that San Antonio ranks 76 out of the 82 major cities in the country for literacy, and 25% of San Antonians are illiterate. So why would we make accessing the library, the public library, that much more harder for the people that are struggling the most? Like, I really don't understand that. So yeah, that's what I wanted to say. Thank you.
Next is Christina.
For your time, can you hear me? Okay. If I may take of my 3 minutes, just even 5 seconds, to have you all physically look at me, just because I'm here representing a lot of people who are afraid to show up at meetings like this. Please. I, like Mr. Hernandez, am currently suffering from PTSD. And a lot of this is because of police harassment. And it just baffles me, like the previous speaker before me said, that that would be a solution for you all to bring to the conversation armed officers who trigger those of us who have been unjustly harassed. I am a college student. Campuses close early. I am now homeless and displaced because I had to flee out of fear for my life. There are so many things that we could do, and I want you all to emphasize on the word community and public, because you all are in positions to actually impact and affect the lives. I'm housed, so I'm not completely displaced. But the fact that I, in my story, in my struggles, decided to go back to school because I just can't live complacently with all of these injustices, the people that you're turning to, the San Antonio Police Department, is so flawed. And it's upsetting. It's upsetting because until you personally have someone go through the harassment and have unarmed black sons or brown sons who are detained by police with this justification of mistaken identities, you have to experience what somebody goes through, or have maybe just a relative of your own going through or suffering through a mental crisis. You know, mental illness it's increasingly becoming evident, and there's studies on it. But the fact that you think bringing a gun to a conversation to someone who's only going to get triggered, you literally are stopping some of our futures. If you're in a position to help eliminate something that's triggering, that the community, and again, I represent several people out on these streets, so I do my outreach on my own to help people sober up, to help them get to their resources. I'm an advocate for various nonprofits. I choose to do this on my own, with and without churches. There is so much help and need, but the San Antonio Police Department is not a department. I can tell you, whether or not you want to look at me like I'm crazy and believe me, and I pray to God that no one else in this room ever has the negative experiences that I have with them. I too, at not even 5 feet, have de-escalated various situations between the community and the police because I'm understanding, but more so I'm a mother. And there is so much of our youth, especially those of us who we identify with LGBTQ+, who are homeless. On top of the fact that, and I understand this perspective, yes, we need to keep the employees safe and nobody should have that work environment, absolutely not. But emphasizing back on public and community, one of you, anybody could easily see me and see me tattooed, and just like the police assume that I'm some sort of criminal. I have absolutely no criminal background. I am a pre-law student and an activist, an advocate in various cities all over Texas for 17 years now. And I'm triggered. I talk to police just fine. I am triggered now when I see them because I don't know how they're going to respond to me. And it's sad that the city itself, that our local government doesn't invest where it needs to.
I'm sorry, that's 3 minutes.
Go ahead. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next is Sky.
Hello. I also understand that there have been more assaults in the library, like everyone else has spoken. I understand that's a concern, and it's a terrible thing to happen, to be at work and to just randomly become assaulted. I would not wish that upon anyone, because everyone deserves to feel safe. And I would also like to feel safe in the library, just like a lot of people that have spoken today. And when a lot of us walk in and we see an armed officer, that's not the feelings that arise. My ask is that the pilot program ends and that y'all reach out to the community for solutions. There's a lot of people here today that have so many solutions besides having armed officers in the library. I'm here to challenge that the cops actually make the library safer. So I know the pilot program has been going on since October, even though many community members have spoken up against the permanence of the police in the library. I was at the one of the other meetings where there was a lot of people speaking up against it as well. And not just people that are with Act for SA. I'm not with Act for SA, I'm just a community member. And I don't think some of the other people are either. There's actually cities you can look at that, like Denver, Albuquerque, and San Francisco have implemented alternative models to respond to people in crises in their libraries. That was Denver, Albuquerque, and San Francisco, if y'all want to write that down. The reality is the horrible conditions that we live under, like super expensive housing and how hard it is to find a job, can become many people to become distressed, and people in these situations might not have a private place to exist and have those mental breakdowns that we all have, and the library is the only free indoor space left for many of us. When I was living out of my car, actually when I first got to San Antonio, the library was my safe place to use the restroom, get air conditioning, and rest. Now, I try to imagine if I had ever had a mental health crisis like I do when I'm at home sometimes, and if I'd had like an emotional outburst in the library caused by heat, financial stress, hunger, whatever it is, and was arrested instead of offered help, this would completely change my whole relationship with the library. This is the reality for many people, especially our community members who are Black, brown, queer, trans, houseless, and poor. And cops profile people like that. And if someone truly does need help, we know that the cops are not capable of responding to mental health crises. So many of our community members, like Melissa Perez, would still be alive if the police knew how to successfully de-escalate a mental health crisis. And I ask if they could not respond to that woman in her own private home, how in a public situation with all the external stressors that are presented by being in public, can they possibly de-escalate? Now, I understand that y'all want the workers to feel safe here.
Thank you. I'm sorry, that's 3 minutes.
Thank you. Next is, I'm sorry, I think it's maybe Chale? C-H? Okay, thank you, I'm sorry, difficult to read.
Yeah, I mean, just like everybody else here, I'm here to speak about armed police in the library. Yeah, the police are never a solution. They're only a short-term response to systemic issues. Like a lot of other people have said, the reason a lot of people flock to the library is because of what's going on in our country, right? We have high living expenses, people are jobless there, so then they become displaced, and so then they come here to be a safe place. These policing solutions often come at the expense of the most marginalized members of our community. We need solutions that will help people instead of punishing them for circumstances outside of their control. One solution would be having social workers in the library. They have real expertise on how to deal with social situations that librarians aren't trained in. There are about 36 public libraries across the United States that have social workers that are either part-time or full-time employees. One example is Georgetown, Texas, just 2 hours north of here. They employ social workers, so you could easily reach out to them and discuss how, and possibly help you advise how to implement social workers in the library. Thank you.
Next is Ruby.
Good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to speak about this. My name is Ruby. I'm here regarding the current pilot program with armed SAPD officers patrolling the Central Library. I want to thank the staff here that helped facilitate the resources available, and I'm sorry that you were placed in a dangerous circumstance. But I think this conversation is worth revisiting because of the danger and implication that comes from having armed law enforcement present in the library. Safety was mentioned, and I want y'all to think about Uvalde. That had officers present all over the place and took, I don't know how long, to take down an active shooter. There was recently the Kansas City Chief game where over 800 officers were present. It was civilians that took down the perpetrator. Melissa Perez was recently mentioned, who had a mental health crisis, and she was murdered in her own home. And Eric Cantu is a teenager who was opened fire on when he was sitting in his vehicle. So the library is a public resource for our undocumented neighbors to access a path to citizenship, and this pilot program is endangering them. Recently, the most aggressive legislation went into place that's going to take effect on March 5th. It's called SB 4. What it does is it does allow racial profiling to take place, where an officer who is not trained as an ICE federal agent is able to approach and detain somebody on the suspicion that they might be an undocumented migrant. So even someone that is transporting or giving this person a ride, I should say, can be convicted of smuggling and placed for anywhere from 2 years to 10 years for giving somebody a ride who's undocumented. So the police are not trained to act as federal agents, as I said, and they're known to escalate an interaction with violence and intimidation. How effective is this pilot program, or will this be, when they're present for a couple hours a day, to my understanding, on alternating days? I really think $70,000 could be put to much better use. We've had wonderful suggestions from our community members, social service programs, and I recently learned about Stand Up SA, who deals with violent situations and effectively de-escalates these situations. So I implore you to look into the suggestions that are being brought up by the community to protect your community and the staff here. We want that safety for everyone. So yeah, I implore you to end this pilot program immediately for the safety and dignity of our undocumented community and their families. Thank you.
Thank you. John?
How you guys doing? I want to say, first of all, I'm very happy that a lot of us, the most of us, seem to be on the same page. So, on the risk factor of the SAPD, let's get one thing straight. So, for a fact, let me start with this fact, though. In 1975, there were over 7,000 hospitals within the USA. By 2010, there were a little less than 5,000. And with the pandemic, it made things a little worse. Now, let me start with a personal story, though. I have Crohn's disease. So 2 years ago, I was weighing in the weighing room. After 3 days, no eating, no drinking. I had to spend in the weighing room for 17 hours. Because that hospital has the bright idea within the free market to limit their beds. They have enough rooms. They just limit their beds. They understaff their staff. And I was there along with the most of us, waiting for 17 hours. Within those 17 hours, I saw one dude collapse on the floor from a seizure. The guy get a stretcher, not a bed. So think of it like this. If you're in that situation, though, how can you not have a mental illness crisis, right? I could be one of those guys. I didn't come over here with a mental crisis. I can walk out within those 17 hours, try to get some refuge, only to find some SAPD psycho shooting me down like he shot down Eric Cantu, a youth. Just like how they shot down Melissa Perez, who's just holding a hammer. I hope AJ Hernandez remind you of somebody. Let me put it like this. If there's a guy burning, literally in flames, you want to grab the fire extinguisher. You don't want to point the gun at the burning body, nor do you want to invite anybody that will point the gun at a burning body. So rethink that $70,000. There's some social workers in this room that's more than happy to talk to one of you guys. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That concludes the list of citizens that signed up to speak. And then, as I mentioned previously, we also have comments that were submitted online. These online comments will also be subjective to the 3-minute time limit. And I think, Nicholas, are you going to be reading those? Okay, thank you.
Comment 1, Dora Garza. Dear members of the Library Board of Trustees, my name is Dora Garza, and I am a social worker. I am reaching out to let you know about my deep concerns regarding the current pilot program with armed SAPD officers patrolling the Central Library, and to advocate for a more effective and community-oriented approach, employing social workers in our libraries. While wanting to enhance safety is commendable, the presence of armed police officers is not the most conducive to the safe, welcoming environment our library aims to provide. The Central Library, a vital resource for thousands of San Antonio residents, should be a place of peace, learning, and community, not where armed law enforcement creates unease or intimidation for many community members. Considering that the library may allocate $70,000 annually to SAPD, a department already receiving $572.3 million of the city's budget, it is imperative to question if these funds could be better utilized in ways that prioritize the specific needs of our community. Social workers in libraries, a growing practice since 2012, have proven to be an effective alternative. Social workers in over 20 states have positively transformed library environments. They directly assist patrons with various issues, including mental health, homelessness, and family violence, and provide library staff with valuable support and professional development. This approach addresses diverse needs and fosters an atmosphere of care and safety. In light of these considerations, I strongly urge the board to reconsider the current security measures and adopt a strategy that ensures actual safety. Employing social workers instead of police officers promises a more inclusive, supportive, and genuinely safer environment for everyone entering our library. Thank you for your attention to this matter and for considering this proposal for a more community-focused library experience. Sincerely, Dora Garza. Comment 2, George Moreno. There are safer methods to protect our citizens than guns. The sole purpose of guns is for killing. Please consider safer alternatives. You are teaching the youth that the only way to prevent violence is by causing more violence. Comment 3 from Alistair Welchman. As part of a 6-month pilot program, armed SAPD officers have patrolled the Central Library since November 2023. The library is an essential place for information, safety, and learning for thousands of San Antonio residents. If the pilot is successful, the library will give SAPD $70,000 a year as a permanent safety measure. SAPD already receives $572.3 million of the annual city budget. So why isn't the library using its budget on safer alternatives that prioritize community needs? What could public safety look like without the police? What if we lived in a society where everyone's basic needs were met? Comment 4, Scarlett Pacheco. My name is Scarlett Pacheco. I am asking the board to end the program with SAPD in the library. The library is for the community to have as safe a space to access knowledge and resources, not to be intimidated by cops with no accountability. In this program, instead hire a social worker, train staff and security on harm reduction, de-escalation, offer community workshops on anger management, conflict resolutions, and de-escalation. Do not make the library the next prison pipeline. Get cops out of our libraries. Comment 5, Ananda Thomas. I'm calling for the armed SAPD officer pilot program to be dissolved. Libraries are supposed to be safe spaces for all, a resource center for all, especially those who have traditionally not had resources or been discriminated against. Libraries are places of knowledge, of community, of safety, but that safety for all, not just some, is threatened and destroyed when you bring in armed officers who have a history of violence against marginalized people, such as our LGBTQ, Black, houseless, and BIPOC communities. Here are some reasons why it should be discontinued. 1, police violence and brutality has occurred multiple times within libraries, including the killing of Kevin Allen in New Jersey, the breaking of a teenager's jaw in Lakewood, and the harassment and excessive force against teenagers in Boston. SAPD itself had one of the deadliest years in a decade just last year, killing 14 people. We cannot invite this into our libraries. 2, the simple presence of security and/or police in public spaces is proven through study to promote the exclusion of Black, brown, poor, and other bodies considered undesirable. Tilley, 2014. It is hypocritical of the Central Library to offer something such as free coats, clothing, and other resources to our houseless population as an encouragement to use the library and then literally discourage those same folks from entering due to their very justified fear of the police. The memo proposing this program to the Library Board of Trustees admitted that the program could make certain portions of the community feel unsafe, only proving this point further. 3, there was no community discussion on implementing this program. Community input results in stronger, more equitable policies and builds trust between communities and organizations. You have broken this trust. The solution is to end this program and look into further de-escalation training for staff and contract security, as well as implementing police alternatives into the library itself. Comment 6, Ferris Henry. It's about time Guerra Library received any real attention with Arlene as manager after neglecting the building and HVAC for years and ignoring staffing shortages and security issues. How can you justify big events at wealthier libraries such as Brook Hollow, but barely acknowledge or notice Guerra's reopening? Shame on you. Good riddance to that outgoing, outdated library director who spent more time flying around the country on taxpayers' money for PLA, ALA, and IMLS power positions instead of staying here to actually work on the county interlocal government agreement. He failed and not be celebrated. Comment 7, Andrea Morales. Please help us understand this budget. City Council has talks about zero-based budgeting. Looks like there is some money going to waste here. How many people qualify to work overtime, and why wasn't that factored into the budget before? Where is the money being paid to the police at Central in this budget presented? Is any of the security services increasing at other libraries or just Central? Is security measures on the strategic plan?
Nicholas, sorry, just a suggestion, if you could mention what agenda item the comment is referencing, because it's jumping around a little bit. Thank you.
It is, yeah.
Apologies for interrupting.
Oh, please, I'm going to take some water. Comment 8, Tom Webb, referencing agenda item 17. 2 weeks ago, over 800 cops were present at the Kansas City Super Bowl parade. Over 800 failed to stop a mass shooting. Like Uvalde, they responded too late. It was a civilian who tackled the shooter. The police do not stop or prevent violence. Oftentimes, they introduce violence by escalating already tense situations. This weekend, U.S. Air Force member Aaron Bushnell set himself on fire, saying he will no longer be complicit in the genocide. Cops responded by drawing their guns on a man engulfed in flames, screaming "Free Palestine" until he died. Nothing is more emblematic of the problem with policing in our country. As someone diagnosed with bipolar disorder, if I were to have a manic episode while at the library, I'd much rather be met with a social worker or counselor trained in trauma-informed care and de-escalation than a cop pointing a gun at me. The way SAPD shot and killed Melissa Perez during a mental health crisis, I implore you to permanently end this pilot program of armed SAPD officers in the library. There are safer alternatives. You have all the information you need within these walls, so take some time to research them. If the library is truly about imagination, imagine a better world for me, for the regulars and wayfarers, and for the San Antonio community at large. Comment 9, Noah Collins, referencing agenda item 1. Concerning cops in the library, I've heard that cops are meant to protect and serve us. Firstly, this mysterious us must be interrogated. A comment cannot do justice, but I do not think it is controversial to say that the us is not everyone, but is instead upper-class white people. Those who are not of such group are mechanically punished by the cops. Why then should we have such a force of evil in a library, a place where people are meant to be safe no matter their race, gender, creed, or class? Why should the individual suffering a mental health crisis be met with cuffs, a firearm, and a ban? Should they not instead be met with compassion and care? Inshallah, I hope that you do not choose to continue this project, as it will render the whole of the Central Library a place of dear and danger rather than a place of compassion and care. Comment 10, Mel Webb, referencing agenda item 1. My name is Mel Webb, and I am a San Antonio community member and library card holder and user. I want to see an end to the current pilot program with armed SAPD officers patrolling the Central Library, and I want my taxpayer dollars to fund social workers instead. I have been a regular SAPL user since I moved to San Antonio in July 2018, attending events and fairs and hosting book groups. I've seen the diligence of our local librarians to ensure that each person who comes through the doors, including me, gets connected with the resources that we need to take the next step in our distinctive paths. As the library's mission states, the San Antonio Public Library changes lives through the transformative power of information, imagination, and ideas. It is implied with SAPL changes lives for the better. Libraries are sacred spaces of hope within our community where people from all walks of life are welcome to gather, learn, and cross paths with one another. Each of those encounters holds a transformative power, and I want those transformations to always and ever be towards health and wholeness for myself and all my fellow library users. Armed officers cannot provide this. Considering that the library may allocate $70,000 annually to SAPD, a department already receiving $572.3 million of the city's budget, we must question if these funds could be better utilized in ways that prioritize the specific needs of our community. Social workers are better positioned and trained to contribute to SAPL's mission to change lives for the better. Like librarians, social workers advance SAPL's mission by seeing the humanity of each person they encounter and connecting that person to the resources they need for the next step on their distinctive path. Hire social workers instead. Comment 11, Judith Norman, referencing Agenda Item 1. I do not think that police belong in a public library. Libraries should be places of safety, not danger. Please explore safer alternatives that will allow patrons to feel supported rather than monitored, threatened, or surveilled. Comment 12, Brandon Armstead, referencing Agenda Item 1. The San Antonio Central Library is a vital community resource designed to be inclusive and beneficial to all who utilize it. However, the proposed introduction of armed police officers within its confines is deeply concerning. Research consistently demonstrates that the presence of law enforcement heightens tensions and disproportionately targets marginalized groups, including Black, Hispanic, undocumented, and unhoused individuals. By considering this move, the San Antonio Public Library risks sending a chilling message of disregard for our most vulnerable community members. In response to potential arguments such as, if you're not doing anything wrong, then you have nothing to worry about, it's important to acknowledge the systemic issues within law enforcement. Shockingly, approximately 70% of officers dismissed by the San Antonio Police Department are later reinstated through arbitration, raising serious doubts about their accountability and trustworthiness. How can community members feel safe about their accountability and trustworthiness? How can community members feel safe knowing that an officer patrolling the library may have a history of misconduct? The addition of armed police officers to the Central Library is not a solution to addressing violence. Rather, it risks exacerbating tensions and causing further violence. Instead, we should prioritize proactive, community-centered solutions. For instance, employing dedicated social workers within the library can help de-escalate conflicts and connect individuals with crucial resources, addressing the root causes of issues rather than merely reacting to them. Let's focus on approaches that foster genuine safety and inclusivity for all members of our community.
Nicholas, I'd like to give you a break.
I mean,
you can rest a little. That's a lot of comments.
Written public comment number 14 submitted by Gabriella regarding agenda item number 4. I do not believe that adding armed police to the public library is a good decision. Research has shown through the weapons effect that exposure to weapons increases aggressive thoughts and facilitates aggressive behavior. While there are individuals who would believe that an armed individual would bring a sense of security, this is not the case for everyone. Minority groups are more likely to experience violence from police, and who is to say that an armed policeman would not suspect suspicious individual who happens to be non-white and aggressively question the individual before arresting them under his own personal suspicions? Plus, how would children feel if they saw police arresting more than one in their own library? A place they consider safe to learn and to have fun. They would no longer see it as a safe place, and less children would attend the library out of fear. I do not want armed cops in our public libraries. And I skipped one, number 13, Daniel Franco, regarding agenda item number 1. Keeping police in our public libraries is something that needs to remain. Citizens have the right to grow and learn in our wonderful libraries and should be able to have the confidence that we all may do so safely. Taking police out will only prompt those that seek to do harm to others, knowing that there aren't any viable security measures to stop them. Keep our people safe in these public arenas. Thank you. Public comment number 15, Amanda Areta, regarding agenda item number 1. My name is Amanda Areta. I have been a San Antonio Public Library patron since 1989, when the Central Library was still housed in what is now the International Center on St. Mary Street. My family visited the library weekly as recent immigrants. For us, the library was a free and safe place to access entertainment, find resources, and begin building community. It was in the stacks of the Central Library that I found the bilingual children's books that would begin my formation as a lifelong learner, a multilingual scholar. As a high school student, I visited the library with my friends to access computers and internet when we did not yet have them at home. While in college, I spent hours researching and studying alongside patrons from all walks of life who were there to learn, rest, and resource. I share this history with you because my love for our libraries is long, and I am committed to the continued flourishing of all of the patrons who visit them. That flourishing is not possible when we meet deep needs and challenges in our community with police rather than provisions. SAPD already receives an extravagant allocation of the city's overall budget, and police presence often creates unease and unsafety for precisely the populations that the library can best serve. If your intention is to ensure our libraries are truly safe and accessible places for all community members, I urge you to use SAPL's precious budget towards social workers to support library staff. So social workers can better address the needs of library patrons in distress, offer diverse resources to staff and visitors, and contribute to an overall culture of care. This is how you live up to the library's mission of changing lives through the transformative power of information, imagination, and ideas. Public comment number 16, Jack Woods, referencing agenda item number 6. This budget is out of control and should be scrapped and replaced immediately. Get that useless director off the books and find a suitable replacement who isn't afraid to cut the fat. Someone who knows how to value the library. Pay people who actually work with citizens directly and stop increasing the salaries of those at the top who don't even have a library degree. I'm tired of the top taking all of the credit for the good people working hard but get paid the least. It is a shame. That director ruined my opinion of the library. His travel costs alone were ridiculous. According to the city's open information source, did that man really cost taxpayers over $6,000 in travel and food expenses? I cannot believe he was even allowed to stay this long. Look at this budget. What are these rental expenses? Why not just buy the equipment by now? Take a hard look at this budget and stop making excuses for bad policies and bad decisions. Time to clean up the mess and hope the next director has more integrity. Public comment number 17, Penny King, regarding agenda item number 4. My name is Penny. I am concerned about the library's decision to try to run armed cops in the public library. I think this decision lacked community input, and I am concerned about the disconnect between the people of the library serves and this decision. I believe there are a lot of local organizations and community members that have worked on building relationships with some of the most disenfranchised folks in San Antonio. I believe it is a good decision to utilize our community and the ones with the most knowledge on how to care for each other when we make decisions. I am asking the board to please rethink this decision and spend a bit more time building community with folks who who are ready and willing to oppose to paying police officers more money while they have done little to lower crime rates and continually escalate mental health crisis. And the last item is number 18, Diego Monzon, regarding agenda item 4. Hello, I am a resident of SA, and the library is a special place to me. I love going there to relax, and I appreciate the indoor facilities and quiet environment. I'm here asking that y'all keep the library cop-free. Myself and many people I know do not feel safe for the cops around, especially with weapons. Lots of homeless folk use the library as a resource, and many of them, I assume, have negative experiences with cops. There must be alternatives that keep our community safe. Cops will only make the library feel less safe and welcoming. No cops in the library. And that concludes the written public comment.
Okay, thank you both. Next, we will move to agenda item 3, which is a report from the library board chair. I welcome each of you to today's meeting. Just a reminder that this meeting is being live streamed via YouTube. A couple of administrative items. There is a reminder in your email to complete your financial disclosure report. Please contact Edward if you have any questions, and that report is due April 2nd. You also have a couple of items on your desk or in your spot, so I'll encourage you to take a look at those. I attended SAPL Staff Day on February 19th last week, and it was really a wonderful program. I want to commend the staff that put together all of the sessions and also the staff that participated in the day, because that engagement and interaction was really rewarding for me to see. I also joined Assistant City Manager David McCary, who's here, and the Library Director Ramiro Salazar to meet with Bexar County representatives regarding the ILA. And we'll be talking a bit more about that meeting later in the agenda. Next, I'll ask for reports from trustees. And I'll start on the right-hand side with Ms. Harris.
Or evening, almost. I did a few things. I guess with the publicity, they had an article in the Express that really touched me. It was the San Antonio Public Library integration weren't always open, to all. And it was I just really enjoyed that article, and it had some history in it that I didn't know, that they allowed people of color in 1949 to go to the library, public library, 1 day a week. They were allowed to go. And so it went into all of that type of thing. But if you have time, please go back and read it, because I think it was February the 24th, and it was a nice article. And I think it was yesterday, I was in a long line, as always, and there was a young lady in front of me that had a child in a stroller. And so you know how when you get close up to the cashier, they have all the little books and all of that type of thing. She picked up one of the children's books. She looked at it, and I assumed she was looking at the price of the book, and she put it back. And so I said, she's somebody that goes to libraries. And so I talked to her, and she goes to the Encino branch library. And she goes on 2 Wednesdays a month, and she said she wished she could go all 4. But that's when they have children's story time, and she said it just really helps her and her child, so I wanted to give them recognition for that. I did attend the Las Palmas bond project at Memorial Library, and I did get to visit all of the 3 branches libraries that I oversee, and then the I attended the San Antonio Public Library Staff Day. I went in the morning. I was there when they started at 8:30, and it was just such a wonderful, fulfilling. It was a really nice time, and the library staff, they had so many different types of sessions that everyone could find something that they liked. So, of course, I went to the session on dance, and I tell you, they had me sweating in there, but it was real nice, and it was a lot of fun, and so that was a lot of fun. I went to the Schaefer's Friends meeting, and I came to the special board meeting, and I went on Friday, I went to the, no, it was Saturday, the 5th African American Book Festival, which was right next door to the Carver branch, and it was well attended. They had authors. I talked to one of the authors that he and his wife came down from Chicago just for that festival. And then I went to the Carver Library. They had a reading session, and I got to hear half of Dr. Reggie Scott Young's presentation, which was very enlightening, and people seemed like they really enjoyed it, and I did too. So that was what I did. Thank you.
I did not attend any library events this month. However, I did attend our special meeting, and I will be early voting at my local library, so just remember that ends on Friday, I think. I will say, driving by Cortez, which I do quite often in my district, that parking lot is extremely full. More so now because of early voting, but I love being able to see during the day just how much traffic that library gets, because I know it's been mentioned in the past that the signage is kind of small and it's hard to see, but that doesn't deter people from going. And spring break is in 2 weeks, so I look forward to spending quite a bit of time in the library in the next week and taking a break from work. So that's going to be my little escape.
In addition to visiting my 3 libraries, I was able to get to the SAPL annual meeting on January 27th here in Central Library. Kudos to John and all of his staff. On February 12th, I also attended the Las Palmas branch updates, got some really good information about where we're going, what direction we're moving there. February 20th was the special board meeting, and I too, I early voted at Mission Library, and there were quite a few people.
I unfortunately did not get to attend any events this month, but I did mark out some time on the councilwoman's calendar to meet with her, just to get her up to date on, you know, everything library. That was a really great meeting that I had with her.
Thank you. Yes, I attended the Petranco. I'm very proud that this City of San Antonio Metro Health is providing diabetes classes. It is important that we provide resources and information about diabetes and healthcare in general to our population and to our residents and patrons. I did attend the special library meeting that we had. That's it.
I have been out of pocket. I've been traveling a lot. I hope to get back into going into some programs. But I also was able to tune into the Las Palmas input meeting, so excited to hear an update about that.
I also attended the Friends of the San Antonio Public Library annual meeting on the 27th of January, where they voted on and approved their mission statement, which is a big step forward for the organization. They have not had a formal mission statement. I also attended the city clerk's boards and commissions strategic planning session on January the 30th. It wasn't what I was expecting, but I think it was a great meeting. They were actually looking for input from members of boards and commissions for the city clerk's strategic planning process. And so that was really interesting to see sort of the direction that they're looking to take things, and I look forward to seeing that plan when it's put together. I attended the Facilities Committee meeting on February the 14th, as well as the special meeting to name an interim director on February 20th. And I hope that I have completed and submitted my financial disclosure form. I'm never entirely sure with those.
I'm sure Edward will give you confirmation before you leave tonight. Paul?
Thanks. Other than the normal committee meetings and our special board meetings, I haven't been able to attend anything, but I look forward to getting out to Guerra. I'd really like to see how that turned out. I'm in that neck of the woods occasionally, and so I'm looking to get out there this weekend.
That's great. Thank you. And I just want to mention, I was in speaking with Ramiro just prior to the meeting getting started. He mentioned that he had gotten some seeds at a seed library, and I was going to encourage him and others to visit the many seed libraries that we have at branches. IGO has a really good selection, and I think Mission has one of the best selections I've seen. So check out your local branch. Let us know if there's a seed library, and maybe we can all, that can be something fun for the spring. All right, so the last freeze is supposed to be after March 13th. So we'll be ready to get some seeds in the ground. The next item is a report from the library director. Do you have someone else giving your report, Ramiro? Are you ready to start the transition?
Well, that's a thought. First of all, thank you, Madam Chair, members of the Library Board of Trustees. I was going to say, sadly, it's sad, not from a perspective of regret or anything like that, but the fact that this is my last library board meeting as your library director makes it sad, because it's the end of an era, and but there's a bright future for the San Antonio Public Library. So first of all, I wanted to say that, and also acknowledge that we have an interim team, and I would like to recognize the interim team. But first of all, I want to congratulate Kathy Donnellan, who was appointed to be the interim library director effective March 2nd, which is Saturday, this coming Saturday. And as Kathy is moving up to be the interim library director, you might be wondering, okay, who's going to do Kathy's job? So it's my pleasure to announce today the interim movement. So Jessica Zurita, who currently is the assistant to the library director, will move up and be the assistant director for support services on an interim basis. And then you may wonder, okay, who's going to do Jessica's job? So, Haley Holmes, who is the head of the Central Library, will move into that position on an interim basis. And then the rest of the administrative team consists, of course, of Dale McNeil, who's Assistant Director for Public Services, and he's here as well. And the other member of the administrative team is Adam Zaby, who's Library Services Administrator, who oversees digital services, collection development, and other operational aspects of system-wide operations of the library. So I depart the San Antonio Public Library knowing that the library is in good hands, not only by the excellent leadership of the interim team, who will support the library operations on the operational side, but also we have a wonderful library board of trustees, very engaged, who provides guidance and direction to the library system. And additionally, we're very fortunate to have an assistant city manager, Mr. David McCary, who is a huge champion of the library department and who works very hard on behalf of the library. The library could not be any more lucky, I guess, if I can use that word, to have David McCary as our assistant city manager to continue to provide direction, guidance, and leadership, along with the library board of trustees and the rest of the team. So, well, I'm saddened that I will be leaving many colleagues, and I've created I've established a very special bond to all of our library employees. I'm not professing that I know every library employee with over 550 employees throughout the library system, but I've been very fortunate to know many of the library employees. And I had, at last week's staff day, had an opportunity to engage with many of the employees, and I left that day with just profound gratitude for the affection of the employees, the affection they express for me as an individual. I will never forget that. And so again, this is my last board meeting, and I'm doing pretty well in terms of not choking up, so I'm pleased. So I wanted to share that with you. And as I depart and leave the San Antonio Public Library, I felt that I was compelled to share with you certain challenges and unfinished business that I started, and I had hoped to finish before I left, so to make it somewhat easier for the permanent library director, I'll cover some of those items with you, but also to share with you that with those challenges, your support and guidance is even more important to support Kathy and the very capable interim team as they move forward to do the work that's pending and any additional work that needs to be done to maintain the excellent service that the San Antonio Public Library provides to the community. And I'm proud of the many accomplishments that have been accomplished collectively because of the great staff. So certainly I'm not taking credit for that. The fact that in the last two citywide surveys, libraries were ranked at the top or tied at the top with fire in terms of customer satisfaction, I think it speaks volumes for the excellent work of library staff. And so I want to applaud all library staff and acknowledge them for their hard work. They're the ones that actually deliver the services that support the operations that allow our public services, public-facing staff to deliver the services. So I want to publicly acknowledge the excellent work of all the library staff. I'm indebted to all of you. Thank you for your excellent work, and I will love you forever. So some of the projects that I wanted to share with you. One is a memorandum of understanding with the San Antonio Public Library Foundation. We have not had a written agreement. We have written agreements or MOUs with other key stakeholders and partners such as the Friends, such as the Monte Vista Historical Association, such as the Land and Gardens Conservancy and other partners, but we have not had one with the Library Foundation, and we need to have a written agreement that delineates the respective roles and responsibilities of those two parties. We made progress. I had submitted a multi-page MOU to the leadership of the Library Foundation. It came back as, I think it was a one-pager, but my reaction was, oh, wow. But after I got past my reaction, I looked at the abbreviated, it's somewhat abbreviated. It covered all the points that I wanted to cover, that I felt needed to be covered as part of an MOU. It's gone back to the leadership. I talked to the current chair and the incoming chair about one item, is to protect the name of the San Antonio Public Library. That's a brand that we both use, San Antonio Public Library Foundation, San Antonio Public Library. So it's very important to protect that brand. So the chair and the incoming chair was very supportive of that. I've submitted some language. They're not meeting yet until, I think, March. So that item will not be done, but it's already in the works. I wanted to tell you that. Obviously, you'll be briefed on the interlocal agreement with Bexar County. It's a major agreement. You will be given an update on that. So that's something that's also in the future that needs to be tackled and will be prominent in the work of the library staff and the library board. The interlocal agreement or agreement with Northeast Independent School District to operate Molly Pruitt, that's another initiative that will also occupy your time and will need your guidance and direction to library staff as we move forward. Bond projects, as you know, you have been hearing about construction costs going up, so I worry about the bond projects. We have multiple bond projects that are in the works. Las Palmas Branch Library, I think we're in good shape there, but we have yet to tackle others and drilled into the Central Library project and the Carver Branch Library project, so that we need to be aware of that as well. And the status of the partnership and strengthening the partnership between the San Antonio Public Library and the Friends of the San Antonio Public Library is ongoing. We have taken small steps. One of the reasons I wanted to take that on early on, and my decision was to hire an outside consultant so we could have a neutral party to bring both partners to make sure that we're aligned with our respective missions. The outcome that I was expecting wasn't accomplished, but we are taking small steps. We're meeting on a monthly basis with the leadership of the Friends. I do want to recognize the important work that the Friends do on behalf of the San Antonio Public Library, the resources that they provide. We would like to have more and more efficient access to those resources that are generated by the various support groups. So we will continue, the staff will continue to do work on behalf of the San Antonio Public Library to strengthen the partnership. I'm optimistic that will be done. Again, we've taken some small steps, and continued work will be necessary to get us to where we need to be. And lastly, we've heard a lot of comments about the pilot of introducing armed security. In this case, we elected to use SAPD as the armed officials to provide more security. The decision to explore other ways to increase security in the Central Library was, as you heard, one of our library employees who was physically assaulted. When I met with him in person, I saw the pain in his face, the trauma, and that's when I turned to staff. We need to look at other ways to increase security. Staff worked on it. This is a pilot program. I recommend we go the full 6 months on the pilot program to continue to assess. Again, a pilot is that. It's a temporary approach to assess if this is the best approach. It's good to get all the feedback. It may be uncomfortable for some of us, but it's important to get all feedback, both from those that embrace this approach, and those that do not. So then we will be going through an evaluation process where right now Kathy and her team are collecting data, doing analysis, and a report will be brought back to the Library Board of Trustees regarding the outcome of that evaluation. Is this approach effective? If it's not, what other avenues should we be looking? Because it's critically important that we make our Central Library safe, and I'm not suggesting it's not safe, okay? What I'm saying that we've had some incidents. One incident is too many from my perspective. And again, going back to my meeting with JD, who actually was physically assaulted. Again, one incident was just too many. And so that's kind of the background behind this project. And I know this, you heard the concerns that have been expressed by members of the community, and I value that feedback, and I appreciate that feedback. It's important to receive and to get all feedback. So we will continue to collect the feedback. Again, just to repeat myself, then an analysis will be provided to the library board with a decision or recommended decision by library staff at a future date. I'm going to look at my notes to make sure that I've covered all the items that I wanted to share with you, again, as this is my last board meeting, and it's hard to believe as I say that. I've looked at my notes. I think I've said everything I need to say today as your library director. Thank you.
Thank you, Ramiro. Appreciate the update. Any questions for Ramiro on his director's report? Okay. We will move to item number 6, which is the budget report for January 2024.
Hi, good afternoon, board members and board chair. I'm here to give you a very brief update on the budget report through the end of January. So 33% of the fiscal year had elapsed, and we were at 35% spent, which includes the encumbrances. And if you strip those out, we were right at 33%. Overall, we're in line with spending. So there's really no major updates since the last report. We're still slightly ahead in spending in the contractual services and commodity categories, and we're slightly behind in other expenditures and capital outlay spending. That's pretty much my report, but if you want to look over the 30 pages, let me know if you have any questions about that.
Any questions for Gabby? We're still a little earlier in the year. The questions usually come a little bit later, but. Okay, thank you, Gabby.
Madam Chair, may I have the floor again?
Of course.
And I would like to ask, Kathy would like to recognize one other team member. Kathy?
No, there's one other team member who will be taking an interim role to make, this plan work for the next 9 months. And that person will be the Central Library Public Services Administrator on an interim basis, and that's Emerson Stanley. And Emerson's with us. There's Emerson. So just wanted to recognize them and thank Emerson once more for taking on this role.
Thank you, Emerson.
So next, we will move to item number 7, which is a report from the Executive Committee. The committee did meet on February 20th to set this agenda. Item number 8 is a report from the Advocacy Committee. And Judy, I don't believe you met. Okay, thank you. And then next is a report from the Budget Committee. Joanne? You also did not meet, thank you. And item number 10 is a report from the Facilities Committee. Andrea?
We did meet, and I don't have to do the update. It's on Mark. Okay.
Good afternoon, everyone. Yes, the Facilities Committee did meet on February 14th. We had no action items, but we did have some project updates. The first update we would be the relaunch of Launch SA. Now, this is not an action item because they're doing some design changes, but it's all inside their space, so it's not affecting the library, and it's not anything structural in nature, so we didn't really feel it needed to be approved by anybody, but we did want to give you an update and let you know what they're up to over there. So they're relocating this. They've got a new vendor. Geekdom is going to be the new provider of services through Launch SA, so they're creating some new spaces, some new video conferencing spaces. They want to have some dynamic presentation spaces and flexibility. This is being funded through a $300,000 grant through the ARPA program, so that's where they're getting their monies from. The changes are going to be, so the slide on the left is the existing condition, and then they're basically going to take out those walls and just put some glass walls in there to increase visibility and to, you know, promote, you know, cooperation between whoever's inside the office and whoever's outside the office. So that's going to be that piece. They're also going to be doing some, as you can see on the slide on the left, we've got the existing ceiling and those clouds that are kind of floating above. They're going to take those out. They're putting in new LED lighting throughout the space. They'll actually be able to reduce some of the lighting load in that area, and then they're going to paint the walls basic white. So, and then the next slide is just some new furniture that they're getting. And that's just going to be a little add to the flexibility of the space. We are actually in conversations with them about possibly reusing some of their old furniture in either Central Library or at some of our other locations if it fits. So we're going to be working with them on helping them with that project. So this, the next step, we are giving this up.
Go back to the very first
sure.
slide, so we just have an opportunity to like take in actual changes. Yeah, the next one. And so here you're saying that this red wall is going to be converted into like the glass wall, essentially?
Correct, yes, yes. I'm sorry? Yes, yes. There's one, it's actually 2 private offices, but they're turning them into office spaces, yes. And they do have, I forgot to mention, they do have Marmon Mock on board as the architect. They're their designer that's been working in this building for the last 10 years or so, so they're working up all these designs. Go back to the previous slide. So yeah, they're trying to increase collaboration between their partners. They want to create some more video conferencing space and presentation space, improve flexibility and inviting and energizing space. So that's.
The chair would like to know a little more about the mission of Gigdom.
Oh, okay, okay.
The organization, what are the services, what is, and I don't know if you're, should be maybe Kathy or Emerson. Sorry, Emerson, if I'm putting you on the spot. To inform the board what this entity, who is now a partner with the San Antonio Public Library, what services, what tactics they will be putting in place to serve the community.
I can give you a general overview. Haley did a much better job than I'm about to do of kind of giving that overview. I think it might have been 2 months ago or so. But the change is that the operator of Launch SA has changed, so now it's Geekdom. The mission of Launch SA has largely stayed the same, which is to assist business development, local businesses as an incubator, and then also with other resources. So space for programs and information to small businesses and for business development. So we can definitely give a little bit better overview of what Launch SA does and what Geekdom's vision is, if you'll allow us to kind of send you some additional information to fill in those gaps that I'm leaving. But specifically, this change comes with Geekdom taking over as the operator. So they entered into a new agreement as the operator of Launch SA. That's with the Economic Development Department, and then they were able to identify some ARPA dollars to do these improvements and do a refresh to kind of improve the space going forward.
Kathy, and correct me if I'm mistaken, but Geekdom also is an incubator, and so they're bringing a lot of experience in that area to this space, right?
Officing space and do other services that are related to that, but that's absolutely right. Yeah, thank you, Beth.
So the next steps on this then, after we give this update, and we'll provide some more information, is their branding refresh. They're bringing out some contractors on board to get pricing ahead and get these things ordered, and then they'll coordinate with the library as far as their schedule and let us know when they're going to be doing the construction. They're expecting it to take 2 to 3 months once they get started, so we'll definitely keep you updated on when that's going to be happening. The Collins Garden Branch Library re-roof project, that is pretty much complete. We are waiting on some vertical metal siding that has to come in for the 2 little dog houses up at the top of the building, but the actual roofing itself is all complete. If you go to drive by the building now, it looks like it's complete. So they're just going to come back probably in 4 to 6 weeks and finish up that siding on a Monday and Tuesday before the library opens. So we've got a couple of quick pictures to show. It looks, we've got all new roofing up there. These pictures were taken obviously during construction, but that's been completed now, so it's a nice looking look as you drive through there, and the building is all nice and protected. That was hail damage, yes. Mm-hmm. It was metal. It was metal roof, yes. Mm-hmm. Yeah. On this one, the metal roof got damaged, but the flat single-ply roof didn't. So they replaced the metal roof, but they didn't replace the other roofing, so we're going to keep an eye on that to make sure that all those transition points look good. So. On top, yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's that blue siding that you see on the side. That's what they're waiting to come in because it's a special cut feature to it, yeah. So. And then the next one is the Bazan Branch Library, which you probably are aware was supposed to close February 19th to start that roof replacement project, also a hail damage project. But they had some problems with procurement and appropriation, so they had to put a little delay on that. We will be coming back to you guys next month. We'll go to Facilities Committee and then the board with new closure dates for that project. The Carver Branch Library, so that one is moving forward, $12.5 million bond project, as has been mentioned previously. We did have a public meeting over there on January 23rd to get additional information. We did have a meeting this past month with the architects. They are working on estimates for the project. As was mentioned, prices are coming in probably going to be high again, but we'll be working with the architects and the contractors to get everything coordinated on that project. And then the Las Palmas project, as we mentioned, that's starting to move forward. We actually have some good activities going there today. We were there today, and they're bringing in furniture, starting to put some modular walls in place so that the phase 1 part of that project is moving forward. We've got some furniture delivery coming in the next couple of weeks. So the designs will be presented in, I believe, March. Possibly April. We're waiting for the architects to actually confirm that they have everything in line by next week. So we'll be able to update you guys next month on the design changes that have taken place at that location. And then we've got these 2 pictures here. We've got some carpet going in. You can see the ceilings are completed. Next month we'll have some much more better pictures to show the interior shots of the building. Last, but certainly not least, is the Memorial Branch Library property acquisition. I'm very happy to say we were able to complete this thanks to the city and their work, the Public Works Department. We were able to complete this purchase before Ramiro left, so thank you, considering he's the one that initiated this. So, I believe that completes the report. Any questions? We do have in your packet is the construction report that has all the other projects we've been working on, if you have any other questions.
That memorial property, is that going to be used to expand the parking lot? Is that?
It is primarily going to be looked at for that, yes. Mm-hmm. Yep. Thank you.
All right, next we have item number 11, report from the naming committee. Josie? You did not meet, thank you. And next is a report from the Ad Hoc Board Policy Committee. Paul?
Yes, we met on February 1st. We discussed the emergency closure policy that'll be brought before the board in the future. That's my report.
A report from the Ad Hoc ILA Committee. The committee did meet on February 20th, and we will provide more information on it later in the agenda. And then next we have a report from the San Antonio Public Library Foundation. Amy Hone.
fast today. First, I hope you've all received communication about our literacy luncheon, which is May 5th at the Whitty. We're bringing in the author of Dragons Love Tacos, Adam Rubin, and he's going to talk about his books, but also about the importance of early literacy. So we're super excited about that. I did mention at the last meeting about the request that we have in for $350,000 for capital projects to HEB. We do not have a decision on that yet, but I have spent the last few weeks answering 1 million questions from them, and everything is still looking very positive about that. So hopefully I will have very good news about that soon. And then lastly, last week at our executive committee meeting, the Library Foundation board voted to make a gift of $200,000. This is in addition to our normal annual gift, an additional gift of $200,000 specifically for Texana, the gallery and exhibition space. So that is available immediately, and we are very happy to contribute to that because, as you know, we've all heard, construction costs are just going crazy right now. Do you have any questions? Okay.
On HEB, questions are good.
There is a question, actually.
It's a statement. You don't have to come back. Questions from HEB are good.
Yes.
That means they care.
Yes. Well, and they would not, so their process typically with a large gift like that is that there are meetings, there are discussions. If they are inclined to make that gift, then they say, Amy or Jessica Rivera, go into our system and officially put all of that into our grant-making system online. And then as a result of that, there are further meetings which they then would come back with questions. So we are very far along in the process. It should be, I was really hoping that I would get the news yesterday or today, but it should be just within the next few days. Anything else?
Any other questions for Amy?
No. We have visited every single branch with the HEB folks, and I think it has been really good for the library branch managers to meet the store managers, and because of the way that HEB's corporate giving is structured, the big dollars come from the main headquarters, but each store has its own budget, and so those stores can do cupcakes and supplies and things for programs at each of the individual branch libraries, and building that community is really what we're working on.
Other questions?
No, I just wanted to give you a positive comment. It's nice that the HEBs in the area, wherever the library is located, is the branch manager and the manager of that HEBs are connecting, and I think that's very nice.
Thank you for facilitating that relationship and for all the work you've done. This is incredible. Thanks, Amy. Yeah. The next item is a report from the Friends of the San Antonio Public Library, and the president of the Friends, John Costello, is working as an election judge, I believe, which is important during early voting. But Jessica will be reading an update that he provided.
Good afternoon. John Costello, again, sends his regrets for not being able to attend today. He did share a report, and I will read it. The Friends held their first post-COVID board orientation on February 17th. The 16 board members of the Friends of the San Antonio Public Library learned about the organization's history, governance, and operation. The group discussed ways to improve membership and to begin planning for FOSAPL's 60th anniversary celebration scheduled for this October. The next Friends of the San Antonio board meeting will be held on March 24th. Thank you.
Thank you, Jessica. Next, we have a staff report. We're going to receive the fiscal year 2023 library performance metrics report.
Hi, good evening. Randall Polashik, Special Project Manager, and I'm happy to deliver our performance report for fiscal year 23. So a little outline, we'll cover the actual results for fiscal year 23 and then also I do want to share a little bit of updates for fiscal year 24 because that's our current fiscal year. So for fiscal year 23, do want to start off by, again, highlighting the pandemic recovery for our 3 key performance indicators, and then talk a little bit about how we're monitoring progress for the targets that were set. Targets are developed, part of budget development in the summer prior to the fiscal year starting. And then again, summarize and you can put those targets and actual side by side and see how we actually did perform. So the 3 key performance indicators that we always monitor very closely and are included in your report each month is the first is circulation. That's the borrowing of library materials, both physical and digital. The second is our technology use. That is the hours of both computer and public Wi-Fi. And then the third is our library visits, or physical foot traffic of visiting each of our library facilities. So this is a very busy chart, but I'll try to navigate with you. So each of those columns or bars is going to represent a month, and each color you see will represent a different fiscal year. So if we walk together on the left side, going back to fiscal year 2020, you'll see that actuals for that year were just over 5.3 million. And then middle of that fiscal year, March 2020 to be exact, is when the pandemic started. And you could see how we've made a full recovery in the number of items in circulation. So we did close fiscal year 23 at just over 8.3 million. So in fact, it's a full recovery, and we outperformed more in fiscal 23 than we did in any other previous fiscal year. And then for our library visits, again, this is the same visual here, but with the data for library visits. So it's a little bit different kind of recovery. We could see those 2 months, April and March of 2020, where it's you don't see anything in light blue because we were closed during that time. But we tried, and we have been continuing to improve, and we do have a partial recovery. For fiscal year 23, that was an actual of just over 3 million total library visits recorded. That is a national trend that a lot of libraries are seeing, somewhere between that 55 to 65% of libraries' visits compared to pre-pandemic levels. The scale, so that each column, it's going to be about 800,000 for the axis, but then on the cross to x-axis is going to be the month. So
so like the highest number that's almost touching the 2.3.
yes, so that's about 800,000 total visits
So that's the
for the
top
month.
is 800,000.
Yes. Yes, that's exactly what that is. When we did, one of the first reopening plan in phase 1 was contact-free pickup, and so those were counted as visits during that time. And then, of course, as we entered and continued to add through the opening phases to where we are today.
For branches that still have curbside pickup, are those still counted as visits?
They are only if they are not walking through the actual door counter or smart gate. We don't want to double count, right? Because if the patron is coming through or the staff is passing through the count, that's already counted as a visit to take those items. So if we do so count those, but we don't add them to the visits because it's already counted once.
So someone's monitoring to see when someone does a curbside pickup if they come inside the branch? For branches where the curbside is outside the door? Yes. Okay. And what's the correlation between programs being offered in the pre-pandemic phase and post-pandemic? Is the number of programs the same?
I can go back and look, but it's pretty much, yes, it's been a recovery as well. It's not one of our key performance indicators, but obviously it's something that we do report as well. And it's been significantly improved as well.
It's not a indicator, that makes sense, but there would be a correlation between the number of programs and the number of visits, right?
In a way.
A loose correlation, yeah.
So this is a national
Right? So the number of programs we have pre-pandemic and now are similar. But what we're seeing is that a lot more folks are using the library, so to speak, checking out books, using our streaming services, those types of things. So I think that's kind of what's driving some of this. So visits haven't returned to pre-pandemic levels because people are using this, not necessarily physical items, but maybe checking things out like books.
I also wanted to mention, you guys are also offering the ability to log on and participate in programs online. So was that offered more this past fiscal year than in prior years?
Yes, definitely. That was one of the first, offering the online programs, and it's something we still offer. Of course, it's not the majority of formats that we offer, but it's something that we do actually track, and actually the attendance to see how it's attended as well.
That's not included in this.
If this chart is for physical visits to libraries, so if they came in, right, they attended the program in person, it is, but of course, if it's not, it's a virtual program, then there's no physical activity to the library.
But those are tracked as well? Yes. Okay.
Separately as an operational measure. Okay, thanks.
Before you advance from this slide, I think understanding that this is a national trend is helpful, but I think it would be helpful to have a breakdown of where the physical material circulation and the digital circulation, where the divide is, so we can actually understand if it's truly a change in behavior or if it's just a change in the way our patrons are utilizing our services. And it's possible to have a change in service usage that's not reflected in truly a change in behavior, right? Because a service, the way that we offer a service, the way that we show up for our patrons can change. And therefore, even if their behavior hasn't changed, we're seeing what seems like a change in behavior, but the metrics are a little bit different. So I think that's important. I also really like Judy's question about the virtual visits, even though they're not physical, that's like another lagging indicator that we can utilize just to understand what's happening with the way that patrons are using the services. Thanks.
And this is also for the hours technology, where we are showing significant recovery. That Soledad did shows is not quite 100%, it's 93% if we're comparing fiscal year 23 recorded hours compared to, before the pandemic. So definitely a significant recovery for that one. So here's, yes.
Sorry, Randall, and this is not just for you, but for you, I know you have an entire team working on these. So even this, when you go back, saying that it's a fiscal year recovery based on the net volume, you have very high usage early in the fiscal year and almost no usage for the rest of the year, right? So I don't know that we should be comparing just full fiscal year to full fiscal year. I think we need to be taking a look at the fully operational portion of that fiscal year 2020 and comparing that with, that's the target, right, of what we're trying to get back to. So does that make sense? Comparing to the 1.8, that's actually a very low number. What we want to do is actually compare maybe a month, maybe take a year-over-year view of those months and compare with the pre-March portion of the fiscal year to the pre-March portion of the other fiscal years.
Could we look at 2019 then, since that was kind of the last year of normalcy?
Sure, yes. Something
That
we
would
can
be another way. If
compare.
you wanted to look at the full year, that would be another way to do it.
Even thinking so the full year would be a better picture, because if you take March to March 2019, March to 2020 March.
Yeah.
That might give a bigger picture of what those trends were, as opposed to 2020 and probably even 2021, because everything was pretty closed.
Yeah.
We're still meeting virtual.
Yeah, that's true.
You didn't walk in the library and help the metrics at all.
And something just to make that analysis easier is just recently we've been able to dive deeper into how often we collect data for a while, it was at just a monthly report or number. So the fact that now we can do daily or hourly analysis is great. So it's something that's on the horizon. So nothing I can promise just right away, but it's something that even looking at the utilization, comparing like what is like a second Tuesday in the month look like compared to other years. So that's something that on the pipeline. Okay. So here's just a summary slide. What I meant, we're putting our targets that were set right side by side with their actuals. So for circulation, it's less than 1%. It's 0.6 below the target goal that was set. So that's pretty significant, good results. For hours of technology, 9% above. And then for library visits, that's 17% above. So overall, this is great. And if we add up each of those 3 performance indicators, the circulation, the visits, and hours of technology, the target was just 12.9 million. And if we add up again the same thing for the actuals, as an aggregate, we are still exceeded and performing pretty well with just over, under 13.5 million total transactions of recognized use. So then, just looking back, yes?
Going too fast.
Yes, I'm sorry.
My brain's processing a lot slower than this. The circulation number, that's items, right? That's total number of items or
Yes,
transactions? You
I
said
think-
transactions.
Yeah, there's some text missing here, but the blue column is circulation. This is actually a combination of everything. It's circulation, visits, and hours of technology all added together.
Right, but you said you used the word transaction, so if I check out 10 books, is that one transaction or is that 10?
Its
Is that one
circulation
or
is
10 in this?
per item.
Per item, okay, thank you. Okay, thank you, you can move on.
So then what we did is just basically we highlighted and talked about the pandemic recovery, and we acknowledged that the 3 KPIs are recovering differently. We talked about the progress towards our targets and how 2 of them were exceeded and 1 was just below that 1%. And then we summarized our fiscal year 23. Okay, let's see next slide, Edward. So for fiscal year 24, I have some updates to share. And on this page of your performance report, it's the second page that you look at every month. Just wanted to talk about one virtual operational measure that we share with you, and that's right now it is called Overdrive Unique Users. That metric did change in November 2023, our vendor, Overdrive. As they were sunsetting and no longer offering that Overdrive app, they no longer are providing that metric that we used to report for many, many years. And now what's provided is a unique user. So throughout the year, we can always provide how many unique users of any Overdrive platform. So that's using Libby, Sora, Overdrive.com to use the digital content access. So that's that was a change, and so from now on we'll report on just the unique number of users rather than just the number of people who used to access only Overdrive.com over the Overdrive app. And of course, since the vendor is not providing us the data, so this is another reason why we had to make that change in the report. That's a great question. I think those are the 2 videos that were added to our YouTube pages. I could ask and try to get the titles for you, but those would be the 2 fiscal year to date. So they would have been uploaded since October. It would have been our staff-created content on the SAPL's YouTube page.
Yeah, could you get additional information on what those were? That would be good to know.
The last slide and update for fiscal year 20.
And is there a correlation between the program video views and is that all programs for all time for the fiscal year?
The 8,500, that is the number of views for those 2 videos since they were posted.
For those 2 videos? Okay.
Just in January.
Fiscal year to date, so since
Fiscal
October.
year,
So these numbers will continue to always accumulate throughout the fiscal year. This the last change here is for just to acknowledge that, of course, as we transition the RFID equipment, those smart gates that everyone's walking through when we enter the main entrance, that is how we collect library visits, and we're just acknowledging that, as always, with new equipment, we're just testing and fine-tuning to make sure that the numbers that we are obtaining from the devices are, of course, accurate and correct. Yes. Sure. Yes. Of course. So since we've had Overdrive, we've reported on the monthly performance report a number that the vendor provided to us, and that was how many users were going to overdrive.com or using the Overdrive app. Now, you may recall, I think it's been maybe 18 months ago, Overdrive sunset. They no longer have their own Overdrive app. They're wanting everyone to use Libby instead. So because of that, that metric is no longer available, right? So we just had to transition to what the new metric that Overdrive is providing, which is unique users. And that's through any Overdrive, whether if it's Sora, Libby, or still going to overdrive.com. That's all.
Essentially, Beth, this is not a usage value. This is just like number of unique users that have used one of their apps or their website since the fiscal year started.
Yes, for this particular metric, you are one of 80,000 unique users. It's just an indicator, and that's why it's not a key performance indicator. We want to track the units, right? That's where circulation is adding up every single item borrowed and checked out. This is just monitoring the users who are using Overdrive.
And maybe for all of these in the virtual fiscal year, it would be nice to have a growth metric month over month, so we could get an idea of, I don't actually know what campaigns the library undergoes to get more Overdrive users or Libby users, other than saying like, hey, you can download this electronically. But to Beth's point, it's probably more helpful to understand the directionality of and the percentage growth of the numbers. And that's probably true for all of these.
Sure, our webpage and number of times the app is downloaded, there's, probably been changes there, so we could look into that.
So just one more thing, and I keep forgetting to turn on my mic. But that 87,000, is that the number of unique users who are responsible for the 48% of digital things downloaded?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
So these would have been at least one person who had used to check Overdrive to borrow any kind of digital item since the fiscal year started. So if it's the same person who checked out something in October, November, December, January, it's still one unique user.
But they still account for 48% of our digital circulation, which is almost half of our.
Not the user
necessarily.
is different than what they are borrowing. The 40% is the counts of total circulation items. So it's just putting the total number of items borrowed and then deciding was that physical materials or was it digital. So it's related, but it's just separating the difference between the user and then what the user is actually borrowing. Yes, so it's part of the data collection process, just we're pulling the usage compiled to prepare this report.
I have a question. On the physical and digital, on that breakdown, do we know how much of it is that the 65% of city and Bexar County 26%. How are we able to distinguish digitally how many are city users, how many are county users, how many are outside service area users?
Yes, that's possible. So yeah, the two pie charts there on the top, they are two different viewpoints, right? But we can break it out further if need be, where we could break it up by, service area and material type.
And that may have answered your question, Fernanda, so I may be superfluous here. I apologize if that's the case. So to Beth's point, regardless of how you check something out, we're going to count each thing you check out, yeah. And then we're also kind of tracking how you did it. So the app, for example. For the circulation and assigning it to whether it's a county person or a city person or one of those other categories, it's literally your library card because of your address. Yeah.
All right.
Is that the end of is that the last slide?
That was the last slide, yes.
I have the joy of Kathy giving you the first bit of feedback rather than looking over here to my left. I think the board is rightfully drilling into metrics more, and that's something I'm actually really encouraged by. So I think we need to take a look at these operational indicators and ensure that they're being categorized in the right way. And hopefully one of you captured some notes. I have some as well that I'm willing to share to break down this data in a more meaningful way so we can not only understand fiscal year to date growth, but we also want to understand what's happening month over month. That's going to be helpful to your team too, because you have things like seasonality that's happening in the system, and I think it's good to be aware of that. We also, I think we need to break down, like in terms of circulation, by service area is really helpful. By type and service area is another insight. And then measuring just visits. I mean, measuring visits is great because it helps us understand how our website's performing, but I think we want to go one level deeper and not just get like absolute numbers of unique users. We'd like to see how those unique users, how are they operating within ours? Because all of this essentially translates to understanding who's taking advantage of services and how they're taking advantage of the services. So hopefully that came through in the questions from the board, and we welcome some additions to the information being put in the packet. Thank you. Always exciting seeing some data.
Because once you see a little bit, you want to see a little bit more.
You want more
and that's
and
the whole
more.
purpose of it, right? So we can understand what's happening, where it's going, and that gives us more insight as to, the performance and what's affecting what, and I think it's all fantastic, so I'm very glad that we're giving that more attention.
And the promise of coming soon, more data like available by the day or the time of day is super exciting too. So I think this is like a new era of understanding how our patrons operate and what they're looking for. Because I really believe we'll be able to understand a lot just by understanding how they interact with our services. So that's great. In order to move into the next agenda item, we will enter into executive session. So I'm going to read a short statement here. The Board of Trustees of the San Antonio Public Library will begin its executive session pursuant to Government Code Section 551.071, consultation with attorney, on the 28th day of February 2024 at 6:46 p.m. The Board of Trustees of the San Antonio Public Library has completed its executive session on the 28th day of February 2024 at 8:22 p.m. The Board of Trustees of the San Antonio Public Library will now resume its open session. No action was taken. Our next agenda item is item number 17. Receive an update regarding the ILA with the Northeast Independent School District for operations of the Molly Pruitt Branch Library and consider taking appropriate action. As soon as the projector boots up, we'll continue with this agenda item. There we go.
So, you all have some background from last month and then also from executive session today. We do have a proposed motion. Obviously, it is only a proposed motion, so you could, change it as you like. But this would be to change support the ISD with the new service model, which would be to have hours of curbside only during the school week, and then have the library be open until 9 p.m. on weekdays, school days. I guess I should say weekdays, because it would be whether school was in session or not. And those would be the hours that we discussed earlier, which is 1 to 9, Monday to Friday. Then this Saturday and Sunday would stay the same. The library would provide curbside-only service from 1 to 4:30 and full access to the public from 4:30 to 9 on Monday to Friday.
Hey, I move for the approval of the change of hours and service model at the Molly Pruitt Branch Library at Roosevelt High School effective March the 18th of 2014.
Okay, we have a motion that has a different effective date of March the 18th. A second? Carla? Oh, was that Carla? Was that you, Carla? I wasn't making eye contact. Carla. A motion made by Joanne and a second by Carla. Let's have a quick discussion about this. Any comments, perspectives? Any additional questions or clarifications for Dale?
I just want to thank Dale for his hard work. I mean, this has been a long time coming. There's a lot of, an awful lot of communication and consideration and leadership, so I appreciate that.
Thank you. Definitely Elma Nieto Rodriguez has done a lot of it as well. The library lead at NEISD, Terry Sanchez, has done a great deal as well. And I really just have to thank NEISD administration. From the very beginning of our conversation, there was never any question of let's just stop this. I just don't want to lose track of that.
And I'm really happy about the approach to the library staff, because when I went over, they all smiling, they're positive and everything. So I'm happy about that also.
This is an important branch for District 2, and one where I think we need to view this as a first step forward and then continue to consider longer-term steps to ensure that we have the same level of service throughout the system, including to patrons of the Molly Pruitt Branch Library area. So I think we can go into a vote, and I'm wondering if, Nicholas, if we can just do a traditional vote rather than a roll call vote?
Okay.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, thank you. Next, we have agenda item number 18, receive an update regarding the ILA, the interlocal agreement with Bear County for library services and consider taking appropriate action. I don't believe any action is warranted. Next, we have item number 19, review and accept the San Antonio Public Library 2024 strategic plan, and Jessica will be giving us a presentation.
Good evening again. I am here to present to you the 2024 Library Strategic Plan. In your packet, you will find the document. It is about 19 pages long. I will let you know that that document is presented. It's not in its final form in the sense that our consultant will be working at it from a design perspective. So it will look polished, it will have photographs in it, but we wanted to present to you today the verbiage, the plain text, as you will. So to begin, background that you are familiar with, of course, our strategic plan will serve as the library's blueprint as we move forward in the future. As we saw in the performance metrics presentation, there's a lot of moving parts to the library system. A lot of folks use the library differently, and we see that with our data. And so our strategic plan will help position the library system to move into the future and make sure that we are providing the services to our existing patrons, but also gain new users. There are a lot of community members out there who do not yet use our library system. And so to undertake our strategic planning effort, we developed a multi-step process, which included data. Data was our first step for our planning process. And of course, this process began 2019 as part of our data gathering, and of course, interrupted with the pandemic. And I believe it was the right decision to pause data because, as we all know, habits, behaviors, attitudes changed during the pandemic. And so it was really perfect timing for us. We were just about to launch our public survey when everything shut down, and we didn't. And so we are really grateful that our consulting team has worked with us as long as they have without forcing us into a timeline that did not work for us. And so we made sure to advocate to make sure that our timeline worked with our environment, because things changed. And we also did stakeholder engagement. We contacted every member of the city council when we first started, and then when the new council members were elected, to let them know about the strategic plan and our data gathering and find out that information. So as we move on to the next slide, this is just a glimpse of our current timeline for our strategic plan. January to June of last year, our team, our library team, really did a lot of heavy lifting. We established work groups. Members of our management team led or co-led those work groups, and they met every other week. And they did a lot of hard work, and I'm really proud of all of the thoughts and the ideas and the research that they put into their work. We provided an opportunity for all staff to give feedback, July-August timeframe, on the work that our staff teams did. Then our management team, we really had some really in-depth conversations regarding services, how we should approach things, and it was through that work that we decided to take a different approach. We're using the same data, we're using the same initiatives, but instead of looking at the information, one perspective, we flipped it on its side and we're taking a different approach. And I think being nimble and able to work with our team and having that dialogue really showed that we can adapt and we can work. If something's not coming out the way we liked it, we flip it around and it worked a lot better. So I think that was a true testament to our management team and how we were able to do that. Of course, you'll remember the January board work session. Really do appreciate the feedback that the board provided. We took that feedback in the finished product, you'll recognize it there. And we took some time to write it, refine it, draft it. And then today before you is consideration of acceptance of the strategic plan. And so our next slide will look at just a reminder. These are our 11 strategic plan work groups. And again, this shows that we adapted. We originally started with 10. And there was a work group that came to us and said, you know, we really need to split teens and tweens up to their own work groups.
And we said, sure, if you think that that's something that we need to do and you see that present in your system, then let's go for it. So they recruited more members and got the teams together and created a new work group. So these are all of the 11 work groups that were established, put together. Some of them do overlap. You'll see digital and older adults, and then you'll see digital patrons. They overlap, and that's okay, because nobody fits in one box. Everybody is unique, and we all have different interests. We're all in different categories, so that also helped us make sure that we're not forgetting folks, because you can fit in many different of these categories. And to go to the next slide as a refresh, you all, as part of the work for the work session, did homework and viewed the videos, the 11 work group videos that they put together, and I hope that you enjoyed watching those and learning and seeing just the excitement from our team in presenting all of that they came up with. And so those work groups, if we click 3 times, there we go, included a customer story, which was essentially a narrative of the data. Our consultants took the data and created these customer stories, which basically put into a narrative form the data. And our teams, each one of them, tore those customer stories apart. They made sure that those stories represented what they had seen in their library branch, work unit. Then they did the very hard work of developing a life cycle. Life cycle of trying to figure out how can we connect with these users, current users, new users, and how do we engage with them to make sure that they stay connected with the library system. It's going beyond signing them up for a library card. It's getting them to use it. It's getting them to come into the library system to attend a program. It's getting them to tell their friend, go get a library card. So how do we do that? And we then develop tactics to implement those types of engagements. And so I'll say that the life cycle for me, watching them, I popped into every work group, was so hard because everybody wanted to go straight to the tactics. And because we can all think of tactics, you should do X, Y, Z, but taking a step back and thinking, well, what does that do? How do we, is it a meaningful connection? Is that a meaningful engagement? And so I think we really did a lot of heavy lifting with the life cycle, and I'm really proud of the team for sticking it out and really kind of coming through with it. And then, of course, the entire team, the library system, had an opportunity. We made sure we gave 2 weeks to watch the videos, to provide feedback, because we know that we have team members who work part-time. We have a large part-time staff who are valuable team members, but they may be only here twice a week. So we wanted to make sure that we gave ample time, so we had a 2-week window for folks to watch the videos. We thought videos was a new concept for us. We wanted to be able to make it engaging for our staff to watch. Instead of reading something and getting lost in the words or it being too much. So I'm really excited that everybody embraced the videos in a good way. And so moving forward to the next slide, we developed with management team, we looked at our areas of focus. When we first started, those work groups had those topics of digital and older adults, or teens or tweens. And what we originally wanted to do, our original vision, was that we would prioritize based on those categories. And as we started working, and as the management team looked at the prioritized areas of focus, we realized that there was a lot of overlap. And we didn't want to narrow our focus by only looking at a certain population and leaving another population out when we saw so much overlap, and we didn't want to lose that. So what we did is we shifted our focus. So instead of looking at teens or tweens and prioritizing that group, for example, we looked at the services that we provide, and services that can touch all of those age groups, all of those different demographics. So that is how we just pivoted a little bit to look at that. So we met as a management team and the administrative team to work through that and see how that would fit within our construct that we developed and the data that we had. And then moving to our next slide, you'll recognize these from the work session. And so these were the themes that emerged. Partnerships, library collections, off-site outreach services, staff and staffing, library spaces, digital experience, public awareness, and programs and activities. And so these are the areas that the library board looked at during the work session. And the next slide will just remind you, work session January 9th. And then as a product of that and the work of the management team, the next slide will show you how they ended up being prioritized, which is in the written document of the strategic plan, listing staff and staffing as one, and down the line to partnerships at the last. We felt that it was important that as you're looking at the 8, that we recognize there's low-hanging fruit that can be mined essentially from all of these areas. So just because something's priority number 1, that doesn't mean if there's, for example, the MOU with the foundation that's on the cusp of being adopted, that's going to be a check mark for a partnership because that is a partnership. And we're going to seize that opportunity. So we're going to work on multi-fronts, but when it comes down to setting priority areas, the board's work with budget development and bond next cycle, these priorities will help focus us a little bit to ensure that we're in the right direction and we stay consistent for the duration of the strategic plan. And our next slide is essentially just re-emphasizing this is our strategic plan. However, there are other documents that guide the library system as well. We have a facilities plan, we have an IT roadmap, we have a collection development plan. These other plans will be adapted to work alongside our strategic plan so that we're working in unison. And when we had our staff day a couple weeks ago, I did a presentation on the strategic plan, and from that came a really great idea that we hadn't thought about, and I've added it here, our COOP, continuity of operations plan. Those are, in case of emergency, something, and it's come since the pandemic, we've had to deal with that. And somebody asked a question about, does the strategic plan deal with that? And in essence, it does not deal with emergencies, but that does not mean that we can't pull in something like the COOP and make sure that it's aligned together and it moves together. So I've gone ahead and added that from that discussion, from suggestion from a team member. So even at that point, towards the end, great ideas, great input, very thoughtful ideas from our team. So we're going to continue to keep it as a living document because things change. New things happen on the horizon, so we'll be sure to keep as nimble as possible, but also help us develop our future requests for funding and looking at our staffing needs. We've already identified staffing study is going to be a major need immediately after the adoption of the strategic plan. We know that we need a staffing study. Staffing was every work group, regardless of the topic, had something to say about staff or staffing. So we hear it, we know it, we're going to look at it. So that is my presentation. You do have the written document. As I noted before, it is in a text format, and it will be, once adopted, then transitioned to the designer to make it pretty, as I always say. And we will then execute a comprehensive communication plan, internal and external. We have to do both. So we will be undertaking that as well, and making sure that we keep folks informed and engaged with our strategic planning process. And that is the presentation. Absolutely. Mm-hmm. Yeah. The sign. The sign. Yeah. Sure. Great. Thank you for your feedback.
Okay, so this is a agenda item that requires action, so we'll first entertain a motion to accept the strategic plan, and then when we have a first and a second, then we can share some feedback and comments.
I move that the library strategic plan, 2024 library strategic plan be accepted as presented, and I would also like to note the board's thanks to the staff for their extremely hard work.
So we have a motion. Thank
I'll
you, Beth.
second.
We have a motion from Beth. A second?
I'll second.
Oh, thanks, Judy. And thank you for that first comment, Beth. Joanne, did you have a question or a comment?
Oh, no, I was just going to ask Jessica, during the staff day, was there only standing room in your session? There was so many things to do, jewelry making, and when I saw the strategic plan, I just kept on walking.
We had a very good
Well,
crowd.
I was in that session, so there was board representation.
You could pet the goats, you could just do puzzles and
We had a very good crowd. Every table had several team members, and it was a very nice mix of staff members who were on work groups and those who weren't. And it was nice to see them talking to each other about their experience and sharing feedback. So it was a good session. I'm glad Ramiro had the idea to put that into our lineup for the day. So it was I'm glad he did, and it worked out really well, because we got a great suggestion that we added into the plan, so.
And the questions were really thoughtful, too. It wasn't like people were just too much information. So I think that was really good. I want to echo the sentiments that Beth has shared. This is a lot of work, and I actually remember when the persona work started in 2019. So this is really exciting to see to come to fruition. Does anyone have any questions for Jessica about
I
this?
just want to thank you, because I know the undertaking you took, and I mean, the detailed approach and the feedback that you took from everybody. I mean, so just thank you for all of your work, because it was very well done, so.
I'll relay that to the work groups. I will share that with.
For sure.
Okay, so we will take a vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, the motion passes. Next, we have agenda item to review and consider the library's board's 2024 work plan and take appropriate action. And this is also in your packet.
Actually, Edward is passing out the most recent edited, updated, prioritized
Yes.
document.
Thank you.
So what's in your packet, please disregard, and it's prioritizing the items.
So the content in the packet that you received online or via email and that you had previously, the content hasn't changed. This is just a prioritized list. The last 3 items have been slightly reordered. Just to indicate the importance of the search for the new library director and the strengthening of collaborative efforts with key library stakeholders. And once you've had an opportunity to just review those last 3 items in their new order, I will entertain a motion for acceptance of this new work plan. Any motions to be made?
I'll motion to approve the library's 2024 work plan.
Vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, the motion passes. Thank you. And our last agenda item is to review and consider approval of a resolution recognizing Ramiro S. Salazar upon his retirement for his many contributions during nearly 19 years as director of the San Antonio Public Library. And I will read the resolution. Well, I had every... Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. This colored paper is like game-changing to find stuff. Yeah. So, resolution of appreciation. Whereas Ramiro S. Salazar, as the director of the San Antonio Public Library, championed the expansion and growth of the San Antonio Public Library system through his steadfast leadership since 2005. Whereas Mr. Salazar played a key role in advancing the mission of the San Antonio Public Library to change lives through the transformative power of information, imagination, and ideas. Whereas Mr. Salazar prioritized and recognized library staff's direct contributions to the success of the library system and created a unit focused on staff engagement. Whereas the library system expanded from 20 to 30 locations during Mr. Salazar's tenure as library director, bridging gaps in accessibility and making library services available to many more in the San Antonio community. Whereas Mr. Salazar oversaw an increase of more than double to the library budget since 2005, allowing the San Antonio Public Library to keep up with the diverse interests and demands of one of the country's most rapidly growing cities. Whereas Mr. Salazar championed and spearheaded the launch of the Latino Collection and Resource Center in 2017, bringing distinction and attention to a collection which focuses on the culture and history of San Antonio's Latino community. Whereas Mr. Salazar's unique method of servant leadership have established him as a powerful voice for positive change in San Antonio and in the library sector regionally, nationally, and internationally. Whereas Mr. Salazar developed and leveraged many partnerships to benefit the San Antonio Public Library and the San Antonio community. Whereas the effects and impacts of Mr. Salazar's accomplishments at the San Antonio Public Library will reverberate for generations to come in San Antonio. Whereas Mr. Salazar is concluding his service to the San Antonio Public Library after nearly 19 years, resolved with deep gratitude, the San Antonio Public Library Board of Trustees acknowledges and expresses its appreciation for the contributions, both measurable and immeasurable, that Ramiro S. Salazar made through his purposeful leadership of the San Antonio Public Library. And it's signed this 20th day in February 2024 on behalf of the entire board. Thank you, Ramiro.
Thank you. I'm touched. I'm speechless.
Hold your comments until after our action item.
And I've stopped.
We have to have I'm so sorry. The Roberts rules are so procedural. Our attorney is not here right now, but I'm sure she would be proud that I stopped your comments. Yeah. I'll entertain a motion to consider the approval of this resolution recognizing Mr. Salazar upon his retirement. Thank you, Paul.
I'd like to second.
And now, any questions or comments? We'll let Ramiro speak last.
I'm not going to be able to be here for your celebration on Friday, but I just wanted to thank you for your leadership. I've been on this board for 9 years. I was a baby board member 9 years ago, and I have been able to see firsthand how you have led this library system, so I'm very appreciative. And what it didn't include was the fact that you have us to answer to every month, which is something that not every director has. And you've done a beautiful job with us as board members and taking our feedback, but more than that, but putting it into action, which I really appreciate. So, and it's 9 o'clock, so this is a testament because you also gave us a to-do list in your director's report. So we need to make sure we continue your legacy. So happy retirement, happy birthday, and congratulations on your next chapter.
Comments? Any other comments?
I think what Judy said, I'd like to add to what Judy said. Ramiro actually has 12 bosses because he has us and he has the city manager. And I can't even imagine. It's hard enough with one. So that's a really difficult tightrope to walk.
Yes.
I'll say that it doesn't seem as long as it's been. I've been there the whole time. To be almost not too trite, but just, it's been an honor and a pleasure to work side by side with you. I learned a lot from you. Been around a lot of leaders, but I've never been around leaders such as you, and not just because you don't leave any detail unfettered over, but it's your heart. The reason you spent as much energy and focus on things, on doing your job so well, wasn't just because, it's my job and I gotta please all those people. Because of your heart. You started your career, in a way serving the public, and now you're finished.
And I just want to say thank you for everything. And because I came on at a very emotional time after Gloria Malone, after she continued to groom me the whole time and stuff like that. But I'm glad that I am here, and I'm glad that you were the person that was steering the ship. And it just made it so much easier for me to know that he came from my hometown. We were born in the same hometown, Big Del Rio, Texas. And so, this has been just a wonderful experience. Thank you.
I just want to say, Judy, I'm a baby now, board member. And in the time that I've been here, I have loved the way that to see how you inspire people. And it's a reflection of your staff. Your staff comes, your staff works, and that is a reflection of your leadership and how much your passion that you have for the library and how much you inject that passion into the rest of the people, to echo what Paul said and to echo what Judy said. Anytime that the board had an idea or said, hey, maybe we can do this, you always took our recommendations and actually found a way to implement them and listen to us, right? And the most important is that you always listen to your employees and to everybody in the community that always wanted to make the library system better, and you weren't closed to any of that. So that speaks volume of you, and the way that you just inspire people is amazing. So continue to be that, continue to inspire. Don't be a stranger. We expect you to see Hugh every board meeting, sitting down there with us. So thank you. Yes.
I'll be quick. I've heard the story of how you were hired and selected, and Ms. Flores spoke leaps and bounds about you and what kind of candidate you were, so I realized if you had won her over, because she's a very tough but very good judge of character, I was going to be in for a treat however long I was on the board. I did not know at the time how long I would be on the board, but I do appreciate just working with you and all the things that you've instilled and the whole thing about servant leadership. That is definitely what you try to do in education, but I love that you bring that to the city, because you don't see it a lot. So much deserved retirement. We are going to miss you, but you've definitely left a big impression here, a good one.
Well, I don't know what to say. I kind of jumped the gun because I'm sensitive to the time. It's late, and you all have homes to go to. I can't. There are not enough words to express the gratitude that I have for the opportunity and the honor to work under not only this board, but other boards with Ms. Malone, Ms. Inns, and Jean Brady.
If they'd been on the board, they wouldn't have let you retire.
Probably, and board chairs, Paul and I have become very good friends and work really well together, and all of you touch me in a very special and personal way in your own way. And so I will always be grateful again for the opportunity and the honor to be your library director. And thank you for recognizing the staff of the San Antonio Public Library. Those are the individuals that really make things happen. We're a large library system, so we never forget that. And some of you mentioned, a lot of you mentioned servant leadership. It's something I learned some years back, and it's something that I embrace and I believe in. And we're here as public servants, and we're here to serve, and we want to do the best way, we'll take the best approach to to serve. Transparency is very important for a servant leader, and thank you for acknowledging that, and thank you again for, the opportunity to be your library director. I just don't have any other words to express that gratitude, so thank you again.
We'll ask you guys to vote for this, so. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, the motion passes. And that is our last agenda item.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Before we adjourn, I do want to make a change, if possible, to the minutes to reflect the change and to the motion. On the work plan of 2024, there is an error. I think it's an error. I could be wrong. It says library board engagement. It says to continue the goal for trustees to visit each branch library in their respective district at least once during 20, I think you meant once a month or just once a year?
I think it's just at least once during the fiscal year.
A year? Oh, okay. I
Yes.
thought it was once a month, so no.
It's hard to get appointments, so we want it to be, we kind of set the bar a little lower, but go for it, if you can do it.
And that's like, that's not just like going to the, just a clarification on that, that's not just going to the library, like as a library patron, but actually meeting with your, your administrative staff. And that requires an appointment because they do tend to be busy. So if you can do it more than once, that's amazing. We want to make the minimum of one, so you're not, a full year doesn't pass.
Right, whatever I said.
Okay, thank you for that. Before we adjourn, Ramiro, I hope you'll allow me the honor of presenting you with the actual resolution, which is displayed here on a frame.
I was wondering what's under there.
Yes, sorry. In front? Okay.
Yes. I motion to adjourn.
Thank you all for your engagement and participation tonight.